The Monk Who Vanished Quietly in the Rainforest. Chapter 1. The Path That Repeated Itself Each Morning. Brother Thomas woke before dawn, as he always did. The darkness in his small wooden hut felt familiar, almost comforting. He could hear the rain beginning its gentle percussion on the tin roof above him. It was the dry season, they said, but the rainforest did not always listen to what the seasons were supposed to be. He sat up slowly, placing his feet on the cool wooden floor. The boards creaked in the same places they always creaked. First beneath his left foot, then beneath his right. He had learned their language over the months, these sounds that marked the beginning of each day. The air was thick and warm, even in these early hours. Brother Thomas reached for his robe, the same faded brown garment he had worn yesterday and the day before that. It hung on a wooden peg by the door, and when he lifted it, he noticed a small gecko clinging to the wall behind it. The gecko did not move. Brother Thomas nodded to it, a gesture that had become part of his routine, though he could not say exactly when it had started. Outside, the world was still draped in the blue-gray light that came before sunrise. The rainforest surrounded the small monastery on all sides, a wall of green that seemed to breathe and shift even when nothing was moving. Brother Thomas walked along the narrow path that connected his hut to the main chapel, his sandals making soft sounds against the packed earth. The path was familiar. Every root, every stone, every place where water collected after the rains. He had walked it so many times that his feet seemed to know the way without his eyes needing to see. This morning, like most mornings, he counted his steps. 143 from his door to the chapel entrance. Sometimes it was 142, sometimes 144, but it was always close to 143. Inside the chapel, 2 candles were already burning. Brother Michael must have risen even earlier, though Brother Thomas rarely saw him do so. The chapel was simple, just 4 walls and a roof, with rough wooden benches and a small altar at the front. The Christ figure on the wall had been carved by someone in the village many years ago, before Brother Thomas had arrived. The wood had darkened with time and humidity, and moss had begun to grow along the base of the cross, giving it an appearance of being slowly reclaimed by the forest itself. Brother Thomas knelt on the stone floor. His knees found the 2 smooth indentations that his prayers had worn into the surface over these many months. Or perhaps other monks had worn them over many years. He was not sure. Time moved differently here, in this place where each day resembled the one before it. He prayed quietly, the Latin words coming automatically to his lips. The prayers were old, so old that sometimes he forgot what the words meant in English. But that did not seem to matter. The rhythm of them was what mattered, the way they filled the silence and then faded back into it. When he finished, the light outside had changed. Dawn had arrived, though the sun itself remained hidden behind the thick canopy of trees. Brother Thomas stood, his knees stiff, and walked back outside. The rain had stopped, but everything was wet. The leaves dripped steadily, creating a sound like many small clocks ticking at different speeds. Brother Thomas made his way to the garden behind the chapel, where the monks grew vegetables and herbs. The garden was his responsibility on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Today was Wednesday. He was fairly certain. He picked up the wooden bucket that sat beside the garden gate and walked to the well. The well was old, older than the monastery, the villagers had told him. It had been there when the first missionaries arrived decades ago. Brother Thomas lowered the bucket on its rope, listening to the rope creak and the bucket splash. He drew up water, poured it into the watering can, and returned to the garden. The tomatoes needed water. The beans needed water. Everything needed water, even here where water fell from the sky almost every day. Brother Thomas moved between the rows, tipping the can, watching the water darken the soil. A bird called from somewhere in the forest, a sound he had heard countless times but still could not identify. Another bird answered, or perhaps it was the same bird, moved to a different location. When the watering was done, he checked the plants for insects and disease. The humidity made everything grow, vegetables and rot alike. He found 3 tomatoes that had split open, their insides exposed and already fermenting. He removed them carefully and placed them in a pile at the edge of the garden, where they would decay and return to the soil. Brother Michael appeared at the garden gate. He was older than Brother Thomas, perhaps by 20 years, though it was hard to say. His face had the weathered look of someone who had spent a long time in the sun and rain. "Good morning," Brother Michael said. "Good morning," Brother Thomas replied. They stood in silence for a moment, which was their custom. Brother Michael looked at the garden, his hands clasped behind his back. "The beans are doing well," Brother Michael observed. "Yes," Brother Thomas agreed. "And the tomatoes?" "Some are splitting." "The rain?" Brother Michael nodded. "It is the way of things here." Brother Thomas waited to see if Brother Michael had anything else to say, but he did not. After another moment, Brother Michael turned and walked back toward the chapel. Brother Thomas watched him go, then returned to his work. The morning passed in this way, slowly and without event. Brother Thomas finished with the garden and went to help Brother Peter in the schoolhouse, where they taught reading and arithmetic to children from the nearby village. The children arrived around mid-morning, walking along the forest path in small groups, their voices bright and carrying through the trees. There were 11 children today. Sometimes there were more, sometimes fewer. It depended on the needs of their families, on whether there was work to be done in the fields, or if someone was sick and needed tending. The children sat on wooden benches and practiced their letters on small slates. Brother Thomas moved among them, correcting the formation of an A here, the curve of an S there. One of the children, a girl named Maria, asked him about the birds in the forest. "Brother Thomas, why do they call in the morning?" Brother Thomas paused. "Perhaps they are greeting the day," he said. "Or perhaps they are telling the other birds where they are." Maria considered this. "Do you think they have prayers like we do?" "I do not know," Brother Thomas said. "But their songs are beautiful. Perhaps that is prayer enough." Maria seemed satisfied with this answer and returned to her letters. At noon, the children left. Brother Thomas and Brother Peter ate a simple meal of rice and beans in the small refectory attached to the chapel. The rice was slightly overcooked, as it often was. The beans were underseasoned. They ate in silence, which was the rule during meals, though occasionally Brother Peter would clear his throat or the wooden benches would creak as they shifted their weight. After the meal, Brother Thomas walked back to his hut for the afternoon rest period. The heat of the day had arrived, thick and pressing. He lay on his narrow bed and listened to the sounds of the forest. There were so many layers to it: the insects, the birds, the wind moving through the canopy, the occasional crack of a branch falling. Sometimes he tried to separate the sounds, to identify each one individually. Other times he let them blend together into a single texture of noise that was almost like silence. He did not sleep, but he did rest. His eyes closed. His breathing slowed. The afternoon stretched out, long and warm. When he rose again, the light had shifted to the golden color of late afternoon. Brother Thomas went to the chapel for Vespers. All 4 monks of the monastery were there now. Brother Thomas, Brother Michael, Brother Peter, and Father Antonio, who led the small community and who had said very few words to Brother Thomas in all the months he had been here. They sang the psalms together, their voices echoing slightly in the small space. Father Antonio's voice was low and steady. Brother Michael's wavered on the high notes. Brother Peter's was barely audible. Brother Thomas tried to keep his voice even, neither too loud nor too soft, just part of the blend. When the service ended, they filed out into the evening. The sky was turning pink and orange through the breaks in the forest canopy. Birds were calling again, different birds than in the morning, announcing the transition from day to night. Brother Thomas walked back to his hut along the familiar path. 143 steps, or perhaps 142. He did not count this time. Inside his hut, he lit a small candle and sat at the wooden desk by the window. He had been reading from the book of Job, just a few verses each evening. The book lay open where he had left it the night before. He read slowly, following the words with his finger. Job's questions, Job's complaints to God, the long speeches of Job's friends, trying to explain suffering and failing. Brother Thomas had read the book many times, but it never quite resolved itself in his mind. Perhaps that was the point. Outside, the darkness deepened. The sounds of the forest changed again. Night creatures began to stir. There were sounds Brother Thomas had never identified, movements in the undergrowth that could have been small mammals or large insects or something else entirely. The rainforest kept its secrets. He closed the book and extinguished the candle. In the darkness, he undressed and laid down on his bed. The sheet was thin and slightly damp from the humidity. It would dry by morning, or it would not. Either way, tomorrow would be much like today. The same prayers, the same garden, the same children with their questions, the same evening falling across the forest. Brother Thomas closed his eyes and listened to the night sounds until they carried him towards sleep. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rumbled. More rain was coming. It was always coming, or it had just passed. The cycle continued, steady and unending, like the prayers, like the path between his hut and the chapel, like the days themselves. Time passed in this way, marked only by small variations in an otherwise unchanging rhythm. The routine continued, day after day, week after week. Brother Thomas began to lose track of exactly how long he had been at the monastery. It could have been 6 months, or 8 or 10. The seasons here did not mark themselves clearly. Only wetter and less wet, hotter and slightly less hot. He had arrived during a time of rain, and there was still rain, so perhaps no time had passed at all, or perhaps a great deal of time had passed. It was difficult to say. One morning, Brother Thomas woke to the usual darkness and the usual sounds. He sat up, put his feet on the floor in the places where the boards creaked. But as he reached for his robe, he paused. There was a sound outside that he did not recognize. It was a low humming, almost mechanical, coming from somewhere in the direction of the forest path. Brother Thomas stood still, listening. The sound continued for perhaps a minute, then stopped. The silence that followed felt strange, as though the forest itself was listening too. Brother Thomas pulled on his robe and opened the door of his hut. The pre-dawn air was cool and damp. He stepped outside and looked toward the path, but in the darkness he could see nothing unusual. The sound did not return. After a moment, he shrugged and began walking toward the chapel. 143 steps. But the sound had unsettled something in him, some part of the routine that had been so carefully established. He found himself thinking about it during morning prayers, his Latin words stumbling slightly as his mind wandered. What had made that sound? A generator from the village? But the village was too far away. An animal? But it had seemed too regular, too sustained. Father Antonio noticed his distraction. After prayers, as they stood in the chapel, the old priest looked at Brother Thomas with his dark, steady eyes. "You are troubled," Father Antonio said. It was not a question. "I heard a sound this morning," Brother Thomas said. "Something I did not recognize." Father Antonio was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "The forest makes many sounds." "Yes," Brother Thomas agreed. But this was different. Different how? Brother Thomas struggled to explain. It was mechanical, or like a machine. But there are no machines here. Father Antonio's expression did not change. There are many things in the forest we do not understand. It is better not to dwell on them. Our work is here, in the garden and the chapel and the schoolhouse. The forest keeps its own counsel. Brother Thomas nodded, though he was not entirely satisfied with this answer. Still, Father Antonio was the elder, the one who had been here longest, and it was not Brother Thomas's place to press the matter. He went about his day as usual. The garden, the children, the afternoon rest, vespers. But the sound lingered in his mind like a question without an answer. That night, lying in his bed, Brother Thomas found himself listening more carefully to the darkness. He tried to separate the sounds again, to catalog them. The insects had a chirping quality, rhythmic and high-pitched. The frogs made a deep, thrumming sound. The wind through the leaves was softer, more continuous. And beneath all of it, something else, or perhaps nothing else. Perhaps just his imagination, trained now to hear patterns where there were none. The next morning, the sound did not return, nor the morning after that. Brother Thomas began to think he had imagined it, or that Father Antonio was right, and it had been simply some aspect of the forest that he had not yet learned to identify. But then, 5 days later, he heard it again. This time it came in the afternoon, during the rest period. Brother Thomas was lying on his bed, not quite asleep, when the humming began. It was louder this time, or closer. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the old trail that led deeper into the forest, the trail that none of the monks used because it led nowhere they needed to go. Brother Thomas sat up. The sound continued for several minutes, steady and unchanging. Then it stopped, just as it had before. He got up and went to the window of his hut. Through the trees, he could see nothing unusual. Just the endless green of the forest, the play of light and shadow through the canopy. But the sound had been real. He was certain of it. At vespers that evening, Brother Thomas found himself watching Father Antonio carefully, wondering if the old priest had heard it too. But Father Antonio's face revealed nothing. He sang the psalms in his low, steady voice, his eyes focused on some middle distance, as though he were looking at something none of the others could see. After the service, as they were filing out of the chapel, Brother Michael fell into step beside Brother Thomas. "You have been distracted lately," Brother Michael said quietly. Brother Thomas glanced at him. Brother Michael's weathered face was kind but curious. "I have heard a sound," Brother Thomas admitted. "Twice now. Something from the forest." Brother Michael nodded slowly. "What kind of sound?" "Like a machine. Or a generator. But steady like humming." They walked in silence for a few steps. Then Brother Michael said, "I have heard it too." Brother Thomas stopped walking. "You have?" "Yes. 3 times, over the past 2 weeks. I did not mention it because—" Brother Michael paused, choosing his words carefully. "Because Father Antonio does not like us to concern ourselves with such things. He says the forest is not our domain." "But what do you think it is?" Brother Thomas asked. Brother Michael shrugged. "I do not know. Perhaps something from the village. Perhaps researchers or scientists doing work in the forest. They come sometimes, people from the universities, to study the plants and animals." "But it does not sound like that," Brother Thomas said. "No," Brother Michael agreed. "It does not." They stood together in the gathering darkness, 2 monks uncertain of what to make of a sound that should not have been there. Around them, the forest continued its evening transition, indifferent to their confusion. "Should we investigate?" Brother Thomas asked. Brother Michael considered this. "Where would we go?" "The forest is vast. The sound could be coming from anywhere." "The old trail," Brother Thomas said. "It seemed to come from that direction." Brother Michael shook his head. "That trail leads deep into the forest. It would take hours to follow it, and we have our duties here. But if something is happening, many things are always happening in the forest," Brother Michael said gently. "Trees fall. Animals are born and die. The rain comes and goes. We cannot investigate everything." Brother Thomas understood the wisdom in this, but he also felt a growing need to know, to understand. The routine that had been so comforting now felt like a limitation, a set of walls that kept him from seeing what lay beyond. The days continued. The sound came and went, sometimes present, sometimes absent. Brother Thomas noticed that it always occurred at different times, sometimes morning, sometimes afternoon, once just after sunset. There was no pattern to it, or if there was, he could not discern it. He asked the children one day if they had heard any unusual sounds in the forest. They looked at him with curious eyes. "The forest is always making sounds, Brother Thomas," Maria said. "But something mechanical?" he pressed. "Like a machine?" The children shook their heads. They had heard nothing unusual. Brother Thomas began to take walks in the late afternoon, after his rest period and before Vespers. He would follow the main path toward the village, then loop back toward the monastery, listening carefully the entire time. The forest revealed nothing. He saw the usual birds, the usual insects, the occasional small mammal darting through the undergrowth. The vegetation was thick and green and wet, the same as it had always been. One afternoon, he decided to walk a short distance along the old trail, the one that led deeper into the forest. He told himself he would only go a little way, just far enough to see if there was anything obvious to explain the sound. The trail was overgrown and narrow. Vines hung across the path, and roots had pushed up through the packed earth. Brother Thomas walked slowly, pushing aside branches, stepping carefully over obstacles. The forest seemed darker here, the canopy thicker overhead. After perhaps 15 minutes of walking, he came to a place where the trail forked. One branch continued straight ahead. The other curved to the left and climbed slightly upward. Brother Thomas stood at the fork, uncertain which way to go. The forest around him was quiet, watchful. He felt suddenly that he was being observed, though he could see no one. It was just the forest, he told himself. Just the trees and the vines and the hidden animals. But the feeling persisted. He decided to follow the left branch, the one that climbed upward. The trail became steeper, and he found himself breathing harder in the humid air. After another 10 minutes, he reached a small clearing where a tree had fallen, creating a gap in the canopy. Sunlight poured through, bright and almost shocking after the dimness of the trail. In the center of the clearing, Brother Thomas saw something that made him pause. There were marks on the ground, depressions in the soil that looked almost like footprints, but larger than any human foot should be. They were filled with water from the recent rains, making them difficult to examine closely. Brother Thomas knelt beside one, studying it. The edges were soft, eroded. It could have been there for weeks or days. There was no way to tell. He looked around the clearing, but saw nothing else unusual. Just the fallen tree, slowly rotting and being reclaimed by moss and fungi. Just the bright patch of sky above. Just the endless forest beyond. The humming sound did not return while he was there. Brother Thomas waited for perhaps half an hour, sitting on the fallen tree, listening. But there was only the normal chorus of the forest, the insects, the birds, the wind. Eventually, he stood and made his way back down the trail to the monastery. He arrived just in time for Vespers. Father Antonio gave him a long look as he entered the chapel, but said nothing. That night, Brother Thomas lay in his bed and thought about the clearing and the strange depressions in the soil. They meant something, surely. But what? And more importantly, did it matter? Perhaps Father Antonio was right. Perhaps the forest and its mysteries were not his concern. His concern was the garden, the children, the prayers, the simple routine that marked each day and gave it structure. But even as he thought this, he knew that something had shifted. The routine no longer felt quite as solid as it had. There was a crack in it now, a small opening through which questions could enter. And questions, Brother Thomas was beginning to understand, were dangerous things. They led to other questions. They led away from the well-worn path and into the thick, uncertain undergrowth of the unknown. Chapter 3. The morning Brother Peter did not arrive. The weeks passed, and the sound became almost familiar, another part of the rhythm of life at the monastery. Brother Thomas stopped trying to investigate it. He returned to his routine, the garden, the children, the prayers, the simple meals. The sound would come, the sound would go, and life would continue in its steady, unremarkable way. Brother Peter was the youngest of the 4 monks, perhaps 30 years old, though he rarely spoke of his age or his life before coming to the monastery. He was quiet, even more so than the others, and he had a gentleness about him that the children responded to. When they struggled with their letters or their sums, Brother Peter would sit beside them with infinite patience, guiding their hands, offering soft encouragement. One Thursday morning, or perhaps it was Friday, Brother Thomas was no longer entirely certain of the days. Brother Peter did not appear at morning prayers. This was unusual. Brother Peter was always punctual, arriving at the chapel even before Brother Thomas, his hands already clasped in prayer position, his eyes already closed in meditation. But this morning, the chapel held only 3 figures: Father Antonio, Brother Michael, and Brother Thomas. They waited for several minutes in silence. Father Antonio stood at the front of the chapel, looking toward the door. Brother Michael and Brother Thomas exchanged glances, but said nothing. Finally, Father Antonio spoke. "We will proceed without Brother Peter. Perhaps he is unwell." They sang the morning psalms, but the absence created a gap in the harmony. The voices did not blend as they usually did. Something was missing, and everyone could feel it. After prayers, Brother Thomas volunteered to check on Brother Peter. Father Antonio nodded his permission. Brother Thomas walked across the compound to Brother Peter's hut, which sat slightly apart from the others, closer to the edge of the forest. He knocked on the wooden door. There was no answer. "Brother Peter," he called, "are you well?" Silence. Brother Thomas tried the door and found it unlocked. He pushed it open slowly. Inside, the hut was neat and spare, just like his own. A narrow bed, a desk, a chair, a single shelf of books. The bed was made, the blanket pulled tight and smooth. Brother Peter's robe hung on its peg by the door. Everything was in order, but Brother Peter was not there. Brother Thomas felt a small flutter of concern in his chest. He stepped back outside and looked around. The morning was bright, the air already growing warm. Birds called from the forest. Everything seemed normal, except for the absence of the one person who should have been there. He walked to the chapel and found Father Antonio in the small office attached to the side of the building, writing in a ledger. "He is not in his hut," Brother Thomas reported. "His bed is made, but he is not there." Father Antonio looked up from his writing. His expression was unreadable. Perhaps he rose early and went for a walk. But he missed morning prayers. "Yes," Father Antonio acknowledged. "That is unlike him." They sat with this fact for a moment. Then Father Antonio said, "We will wait until noon. If he has not returned by then, we will search for him." Brother Thomas wanted to argue that they should search immediately, but he understood the logic. Brother Peter was a grown man, not a child. Perhaps he had simply needed solitude, a break from the routine. Perhaps he had gone to the village to visit someone. There could be many innocent explanations. The morning proceeded as usual, but with an undercurrent of tension. Brother Thomas tended the garden, though he found himself looking up frequently, scanning the forest edge for any sign of Brother Peter. The children arrived for lessons, and Brother Michael taught them alone while Brother Thomas continued to work outside. At noon, Brother Peter had still not returned. Father Antonio gathered the 3 of them, Brother Thomas, Brother Michael, and himself, in the chapel. His face was grave. "We will search," he said. "Brother Michael, you will walk to the village and ask if anyone has seen Brother Peter. Brother Thomas, you will search the immediate area around the monastery, the garden, the schoolhouse, the trail that leads to the well. I will search his hut more thoroughly, to see if there is any indication of where he might have gone." They separated and began their tasks. Brother Thomas walked the familiar paths, calling Brother Peter's name. The forest absorbed his voice, giving nothing back. He checked the garden shed, the storage hut behind the chapel, the outhouse. He walked to the well and peered down into its dark depths, though he could not say what he expected to see there. Nothing. No sign. Brother Michael returned from the village an hour later, shaking his head. No one in the village had seen Brother Peter. They had not even known he was missing. Father Antonio emerged from Brother Peter's hut carrying a small leather journal. His face was troubled. He kept a diary, Father Antonio said, holding up the journal. I did not know this. What does it say? Brother Thomas asked. Father Antonio opened the journal and began to read silently, his lips moving slightly. Brother Thomas and Brother Michael waited. The afternoon sun beat down on them, hot and insistent. Somewhere in the forest, a bird cried out, a harsh sound that seemed to cut through the thickness of the air. Finally, Father Antonio looked up. He had been hearing the sound as well, he said quietly. The humming from the forest. He wrote about it many times. He was troubled by it. He wondered what it might be. Did he investigate? Brother Michael asked. Father Antonio turned several pages, reading quickly. Yes, he followed the old trail several times. He wrote that he had found something, but he does not say what. The last entry is from 2 days ago. He wrote that he intended to follow the trail to its end, to discover the source of the sound once and for all. The 3 monks stood in silence, processing this information. Brother Thomas felt a cold sensation in his stomach, despite the heat of the day. We should follow the trail, Brother Thomas said. Now, Father Antonio closed the journal slowly. It will be dark in a few hours. Then we should leave immediately. Father Antonio looked at him, and for the first time, Brother Thomas saw something like fear in the old priest's eyes. It was quickly masked, but it had been there. Yes, Father Antonio said finally. We will go together. All 3 of us. We will follow the trail. They gathered supplies quickly. Water, some food, a length of rope, a flashlight that Brother Michael kept for emergencies. The battery was weak, but it would provide some light if they were caught in the forest after dark. The old trail looked different to Brother Thomas now, more ominous. As they walked, he pointed out the fork he had discovered before, and they took the left branch, climbing upward. Father Antonio moved slowly, his breath labored. He was older than Brother Thomas had realized, perhaps 70 or more. They reached the clearing with the fallen tree. The depressions in the soil were still there, though more eroded now. Father Antonio examined them briefly, but said nothing. Beyond the clearing, the trail continued, narrower and more overgrown. They had to push through hanging vines and step over roots. The forest seemed to close in around them, the canopy growing thicker, the light dimmer. They walked for perhaps an hour, maybe more. Time became difficult to measure in the green dimness. Brother Thomas found himself counting steps again, but he kept losing track. 100, 200, 300. Or was it 400? He could not remember. The trail began to descend into a small valley. The air grew cooler and damper. Brother Thomas noticed that the usual sounds of the forest, the birds, the insects, seemed muted here. It was quieter than it should have been. Do you notice the silence? Brother Michael said, voicing the same thought. Father Antonio nodded. The animals avoid this place. Why? Brother Thomas asked. Father Antonio did not answer. They continued downward. The vegetation changed, becoming stranger. There were plants here that Brother Thomas had not seen before. Thick, fleshy leaves that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. Mushrooms that grew in perfect geometric patterns around the bases of trees. Vines that twisted in spirals, as though following some invisible blueprint. And then they saw it. In a small hollow at the bottom of the valley, there was a structure. It was difficult to describe, difficult even to look at directly. It seemed to be made of the same material as the forest itself, wood and vine and leaf, but arranged in a way that was not natural. The shape was wrong, somehow, too regular and too irregular at the same time. It hurt Brother Thomas's eyes to focus on it. And from somewhere inside or beneath the structure, the humming sound emanated. Low and steady and mechanical, just as Brother Thomas had heard it from the monastery. But here, at its source, it was louder. It resonated in his chest, in his bones. "What is it?" Brother Michael whispered. "I do not know," Father Antonio said. His voice was tight, strained. They stood at the edge of the hollow, looking down at the impossible structure. None of them moved closer. Some instinct warned against it. "Brother Peter," Brother Thomas said suddenly. "He must have come here. He must have seen this." "Yes," Father Antonio agreed. "Then where is he?" They looked around the hollow, scanning the undergrowth, the trees, the shadows. There was no sign of Brother Peter. No discarded clothing, no footprints, no indication that anyone had been here recently. "We should search," Brother Michael said, though his voice lacked conviction. Father Antonio shook his head slowly. "No, we should return. This place." He paused, struggling for words. "This place is not for us." "But Brother Peter is gone," Father Antonio said firmly. "And we cannot help him by joining him in whatever happened here." Brother Thomas wanted to argue, but he found he could not. The structure in the hollow exerted a kind of pressure on his mind, making it difficult to think clearly. The humming seemed to be growing louder, or perhaps it was just that he was becoming more aware of it. It filled his head, drowning out other thoughts. "We should mark this place," Brother Michael said, "so we can find it again if we need to." Father Antonio considered this, then nodded. They tied a strip of cloth torn from Brother Michael's robe to a tree at the edge of the hollow, a white marker in the green gloom. Then they turned and began the long walk back to the monastery. The return journey felt longer, though Brother Thomas knew it could not have been. The trail seemed to shift and change around them, roots appearing where he did not remember them, clearings that seemed slightly different. But perhaps it was just his exhausted mind playing tricks. They emerged from the forest as the last light of day was fading. The monastery buildings looked small and fragile in the gathering dusk, three simple structures pressed against the vast wall of the forest. Inside the chapel, they lit candles and stood in silence. None of them knew what to pray for. Brother Peter was gone, vanished into the forest as completely as if he had never existed. And the thing in the hollow remained, humming its strange song, waiting for what? Brother Thomas did not know. Father Antonio finally spoke. "We will not discuss this with the villagers. We will say that Brother Peter has left us, that he has returned to his home country. They do not need to know what we have seen. But shouldn't we report it to someone?" Brother Thomas asked. The authorities? The church? And tell them what? Father Antonio asked. That we found a strange structure in the forest? That one of our brothers disappeared near it? What would they do? Send people to investigate? And then what happens when those people disappear as well? Brother Thomas had no answer. We stay here, Father Antonio continued. We continue our work. We tend the garden. We teach the children. We say our prayers. The forest keeps its secrets, and we keep ours. That is how it has always been. That is how it must continue to be. Brother Michael nodded slowly. After a moment, Brother Thomas nodded as well. What else could they do? That night, lying in his bed, Brother Thomas listened to the sounds of the forest. The humming was there, faint but present, audible now that he knew what to listen for. It had always been there, he realized. From his very first night at the monastery, it had been there in the background, mixed with all the other sounds. He simply had not recognized it. He thought about Brother Peter, gentle Brother Peter who had been so patient with the children. Where had he gone? Into the structure? Beneath it? Or somewhere else entirely? Somewhere that could not be described in ordinary terms? The rain began again, as it always did eventually. Brother Thomas closed his eyes and let the sound of it carry him toward sleep, though he knew his dreams would be troubled. The routine would continue tomorrow. The garden would need tending. The children would need teaching. The prayers would need to be said. But Brother Peter's place would remain empty, and the structure in the hollow would remain in the forest, humming its strange song. And none of them would speak of it again, though all of them would think of it, wonder about it, fear it, in the quiet moments when the routine faltered and the mind was free to wander. Time continued to pass. Days became weeks. The rain fell and stopped and fell again. And slowly, very slowly, the memory of Brother Peter began to fade, as though the forest itself was erasing him from their collective consciousness, removing him from the pattern of days, making it seem as though there had only ever been 3 monks at the monastery, not 4. The forest, after all, kept its secrets, and so did they. Chapter 4. The Garden That Grew Too Well. Life at the monastery settled back into its rhythm, though the rhythm was different now. There were only 3 voices singing the psalms instead of 4. Only 2 teachers for the children instead of 3, which meant Brother Thomas spent more time in the schoolhouse and less time in the garden. The routine adapted, as routines do, filling in the gap left by Brother Peter's absence. But something had changed in the garden itself. Brother Thomas noticed it first about 2 weeks after Brother Peter had vanished. The tomatoes, which had been splitting from too much rain, suddenly seemed healthier, larger. The beans grew with unusual vigor, their vines climbing the support stakes faster than he had ever seen. Even the herbs, the basil and cilantro and parsley, seemed more fragrant, more alive. At first, Brother Thomas attributed this to better weather or perhaps to more diligent care on his part. He had been spending extra time in the garden lately, finding comfort in the simple work, the predictable needs of plants. Water, sunlight, soil. These were things he could understand, unlike the structure in the hollow or the fate of Brother Peter. But after another week, the growth became impossible to ignore. The tomato plants had grown so tall they bent their stakes. The bean vines had climbed to the top of their supports and were now reaching sideways, trying to find new surfaces to climb. The herbs had spread beyond their designated beds, pushing into the walkways. Brother Michael noticed it too. One morning, as they worked together pulling weeds, though there were fewer weeds than usual, as if the vegetables were crowding them out, he said, "The garden is thriving this year." "Yes," Brother Thomas agreed, pulling up a bean plant that had rooted in the path. "Perhaps too much." Brother Michael looked at him curiously. "Can a garden thrive too much?" Brother Thomas did not know how to answer. The question felt philosophical, almost theological. When did abundance become excess? When did growth become invasion? He mentioned it to Father Antonio that evening after Vespers. The old priest listened carefully, his face impassive. "Perhaps it is a blessing," Father Antonio said finally. "The Lord provides." "Perhaps," Brother Thomas said. But he did not feel blessed. He felt uneasy. That night, he had a dream. He was standing in the garden, but it was night time, and the plants were glowing faintly, just like the strange vegetation he had seen near the structure in the hollow. As he watched, the tomato vines began to move, slowly writhing like serpents, their leaves rustling although there was no wind. The humming sound filled the air, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. He woke suddenly, his heart pounding. The room was dark and still. Through the window, he could see the garden in the moonlight. The plants stood motionless, ordinary, just tomatoes and beans and herbs. Nothing more. But Brother Thomas could not shake the image from his dream. The next morning, he examined the garden more carefully, looking for anything unusual. The plants seemed normal in the daylight, though perhaps their leaves were a slightly deeper green than they should have been. Or perhaps it was just his imagination. He decided to test something. In one corner of the garden, there was a bare patch of soil where the previous crop had failed due to poor drainage. Brother Thomas planted nothing there, leaving it empty as a control. If the enhanced growth was due to his own improved gardening skills, this patch would remain empty. But if something else was causing it, he did not finish the thought. The days passed. Brother Thomas tended the garden, taught the children, said his prayers. He tried not to think about Brother Peter or the structure in the hollow or the plants that grew too well. He tried to lose himself in the routine, to let the repetition carry him forward without thought or question. But the routine was harder to maintain now. The crack that had appeared in it after hearing the humming sound had widened after Brother Peter's disappearance. And now, with the garden's strange abundance, it was widening further. Brother Thomas found himself thinking during prayers, questioning during lessons, watching during meals instead of simply eating in contemplative silence. One afternoon, while the children were practicing their sums, Maria approached his desk. She was holding a flower, a small white bloom with an unusual number of petals. "Brother Thomas," she said, "I found this on the path. Is it from your garden?" Brother Thomas took the flower and examined it. It was not from any plant he recognized, yet there was something familiar about it. The scent was sweet, almost cloying. The petals were arranged in a spiral pattern that seemed mathematically precise. "Where exactly did you find this?" he asked. "On the path, near the edge of the forest," Maria said. There were more of them, a whole patch of them. After the children left, Brother Thomas walked to the edge of the forest where Maria had indicated. Sure enough, there was a small cluster of the white flowers growing in a perfect circle. They had not been there a week ago, He was certain of it. He knelt beside them, examining them closely. They grew from thick, fleshy stems that disappeared into the soil. When he touched one, the flower seemed to pulse slightly, as though it were alive in a way that ordinary flowers were not. He stood quickly, wiping his hand on his robe. The sensation had been disturbing, though he could not say exactly why. That evening at Vespers, Brother Thomas found himself unable to concentrate on the prayers. The Latin words came out automatically, but his mind was elsewhere, thinking about the flowers, the garden, the structure in the hollow. Everything seemed connected, though he could not see how. After the service, as they were leaving the chapel, Father Antonio touched his arm. "Walk with me," the old priest said. They walked together in the twilight, moving slowly along the main path. The air was thick with moisture, promising rain. Insects sang in the trees. Everything seemed normal, except that it was not. "You are troubled," Father Antonio said. It was the same observation he had made months ago, when Brother Thomas had first heard the humming. "Yes," Brother Thomas admitted. "The garden." "I know," Father Antonio interrupted gently. "I have seen it too." They walked in silence for a moment. Then Father Antonio said, "When I first came here, 40 years ago, the forest was different. Smaller. The monastery was farther from the tree line. But each year, the forest grows closer. The trees advance. The undergrowth thickens. It is slow, so slow that one does not notice day to day. But over years, over decades, the change is clear." "Why?" Brother Thomas asked. "I do not know. Perhaps it is simply the nature of this place. Perhaps the forest here is more alive than forests elsewhere. Or perhaps," he paused, choosing his words carefully, "perhaps the structure in the hollow is older than we think. Perhaps it has been here for a very long time, doing whatever it is that it does. Changing things, growing things. You have known about it?" Brother Thomas asked, surprised. "Not the structure specifically, but I have known that something was wrong here. Yes, for many years. The sounds in the night that cannot be explained. The way time seems to move differently. The brothers who have left us over the years, and not all of them left voluntarily, I think." Brother Thomas stopped walking. "How many?" "4, before Brother Peter. Over the 40 years. Some said they were leaving, returning to their home countries. Others simply vanished one day, as Brother Peter did. We searched, we prayed, we waited, but they did not return. And you stayed." Father Antonio looked at him, and in the gathering darkness, his face seemed very old, very tired. "Where else would I go? This is my monastery. These are my responsibilities. The garden must be tended. The children must be taught. The prayers must be said. One cannot simply abandon these things because the forest is strange or because brothers occasionally disappear. But life continues, Brother Thomas. That is what I have learned. Mysterious things happen, and life continues. We adapt. We persist. We maintain the routines that give structure to our days. What else is there?" They resumed walking. Brother Thomas thought about this philosophy, this acceptance of the strange and the terrible as simply part of the pattern of existence. Was it wisdom or resignation? He could not decide. When they reached Brother Thomas's hut, Father Antonio paused. "The bare patch of soil in the garden," he said. "The one where you planted nothing. Check it tomorrow morning. I think you will find something growing there." Brother Thomas felt a chill. "How did you know about that?" "I know many things," Father Antonio said quietly. "I have been watching the patterns for a long time." "Sleep well, Brother Thomas. Morning prayers will come early, as they always do." The old priest walked away, his footsteps fading into the darkness. Brother Thomas stood outside his hut for a long moment, listening to the night sounds of the forest. The humming was there, as always, barely audible but present. And mixed with it now, he thought he could hear something else, a kind of rustling, as though many things were moving through the undergrowth, growing and changing and advancing. He went inside and lay down, but sleep did not come easily. His mind churned with questions and fears, and the growing certainty that the routine he had come to depend on was not protection but illusion. The monastery was not separate from the forest, it was being slowly absorbed by it. The structure in the hollow was not isolated. Its influence spread through the soil, through the plants, through everything. And the monks who vanished had not simply disappeared. They had been taken, incorporated, transformed into something else. Brother Peter was not gone. He was just elsewhere, in the forest, in the structure, in the very air they breathed. Brother Thomas closed his eyes and tried to pray, but the prayers would not come. Instead, he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Steps to the chapel. Plants in the garden. Brothers who had vanished. 5. Counting Brother Peter. How long before he was 6? The night deepened. The rain began, soft at first, then harder. And somewhere in the darkness, things continued to grow, following patterns that no one could see, but everyone could feel. The forest breathed in and out, patient and eternal, and the small monastery at its edge waited, as it had always waited, for whatever came next. Morning would arrive, as it always did. The routine would continue. But the routine was changing, adapting, growing. Just like everything else in this place where the forest kept its secrets and time passed in its own strange way, marked by the sound of rain and prayers and the slow, inevitable advance of green things in the night. Chapter 5. The Path That No Longer Led Home. The morning came, as Father Antonio had said it would. Brother Thomas woke to darkness and rain, the familiar pattern of water on the tin roof. He sat up, placed his feet on the floor where the boards creaked. But before reaching for his robe, he paused, remembering what Father Antonio had said about the bare patch of soil in the garden. He dressed quickly and went outside, not bothering with morning prayers yet. The rain was light, more mist than droplets. In the gray pre-dawn light, he walked to the garden and looked at the bare patch. Something was growing there. Small white flowers, identical to the ones Maria had found, had sprouted overnight. They formed a perfect spiral pattern in the soil, their stems thick and fleshy, their petals arranged in that mathematically precise way that seemed unnatural. Brother Thomas counted them. 13 flowers exactly. He stood looking at them for a long time, rain dampening his robe, until the chapel bell rang for morning prayers. He did not pull up the flowers. What would be the point? They would simply grow back, or others would appear. The forest was asserting itself, slowly and patiently, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. At prayers, Father Antonio and Brother Michael both seemed distracted. The Latin words came out unevenly, the rhythm broken. Afterward, Father Antonio made an announcement. Brother Michael and I will be traveling to the village today to speak with the elders about supplies for the school. We will likely be gone until evening. Brother Thomas, you will maintain the routine here." Brother Thomas nodded, though something about the announcement felt wrong. They had never all left the monastery unattended before. There had always been at least 2 brothers present to maintain the prayers, to watch over the buildings, to be present in case the children came early. But he said nothing. The routine had already changed so much that one more change hardly mattered. He watched as Father Antonio and Brother Michael prepared for their journey, gathering baskets for supplies, donning their walking sandals. They left soon after breakfast, heading down the path toward the village. Brother Thomas stood in the doorway of the chapel and watched them go until they disappeared around a bend in the trail. Then he was alone. The monastery felt different with no one else present. Larger somehow. Emptier. Brother Thomas walked through the compound, his footsteps echoing slightly. He checked the garden. The plants continued their aggressive growth, the white flowers glowing faintly even in the gray light. He checked the schoolhouse. Empty, the slates neatly stacked, waiting for students who would not arrive until tomorrow. The morning stretched out. Brother Thomas tried to maintain the routine. He prayed the office hours, though his voice sounded strange in the empty chapel, speaking to no one. He read from his breviary. He prepared a simple meal of rice and beans, eating alone in the refectory. And all the while he listened. The humming from the forest seemed louder today, or perhaps he was simply more aware of it without the presence of the other brothers to distract him. It pulsed steadily, like a heartbeat, like breathing. The forest breathed, and the sound of its breathing filled the air. By mid-afternoon, Brother Thomas found himself standing at the edge of the compound, looking toward the old trail that led to the hollow. He had not intended to walk there, had not consciously decided anything, but his feet had carried him to this spot, and now he stood looking at the path, at the green tunnel it formed through the trees. The white cloth they had tied to mark the way to the hollow was still there, hanging from a branch, faded now by sun and rain. It moved slightly in the breeze, beckoning or warning. Brother Thomas could not decide He should not go. He knew this. Father Antonio had said the place was not for them, that they should maintain their routines and ignore the forest's mysteries. Brother Peter had gone, and Brother Peter had not returned. The same fate might await anyone who followed. But standing there, alone in the monastery, with the routine fractured and the garden overtaken and the 2 other brothers mysteriously absent, Brother Thomas felt that he no longer had a choice. He was already part of whatever was happening. He had been part of it from the moment he arrived at the monastery, perhaps even before. The path had been leading him here all along. He went to his hut and gathered a few items: his water bottle, the small flashlight, a knife from the kitchen that could serve to cut through vines. He did not pack food because he did not intend to be gone long, or perhaps because he knew, deep down, that he would not need it where he was going. The old trail was exactly as he remembered it, overgrown and narrow. But there was something new, more of the white flowers, growing along the sides of the path, forming a line that led deeper into the forest. Like breadcrumbs in a fairy tale, Brother Thomas thought. Like markers showing the way. He followed them. The walk to the fork took the same amount of time as before. At the fork, he turned left without hesitation, climbing upward. His legs remembered the way, his body falling into the rhythm of the journey. He passed the clearing with the fallen tree and the strange depressions in the soil. The depressions had filled with water, and in the water, small white flowers floated. Beyond the clearing, the trail descended into the valley. The air grew cooler and damper. The sounds of the forest faded away, leaving only the humming, growing louder with each step. And the vegetation changed, becoming those strange, fleshy plants with glowing leaves and geometric patterns. Brother Thomas reached the edge of the hollow and looked down at the structure. It had grown. What had been a small, strange assembly of natural materials had expanded, spreading across much of the hollow floor. The wooden elements had multiplied and interwoven, creating complex lattices and chambers. Vines had grown through and around everything, binding it together. And throughout the structure, the white flowers bloomed in abundance, thousands of them, creating patches of pale light in the green dimness. The humming was very loud now, emanating from deep within the structure. Brother Thomas could feel it in his chest, his bones, his teeth. It was not unpleasant, exactly, just overwhelming, a sensation that pushed out other thoughts and feelings, leaving only a kind of numb awareness. He began to descend into the hollow, moving carefully down the slope. The soil was soft, almost spongy beneath his feet. Small mushrooms released puffs of spores as he stepped near them, creating clouds of fine dust that glittered in the strange light. At the bottom of the hollow, he stood before the structure. Up close, it was even more difficult to comprehend. The angles were wrong, the proportions impossible. Looking at it directly made his head hurt, so he had to observe it peripherally, catching glimpses while keeping his eyes focused on something else. There was an opening in the structure, a dark gap between two curved sections of wood. Brother Thomas approached it slowly. He could see nothing inside, just darkness and the sense of space extending beyond what should have been possible given the structure's apparent size from outside. "Brother Peter," he called into the opening. His voice was immediately swallowed by the humming, which seemed to intensify in response to his words. But there was no answer, no sound except the endless, pulsing hum. Brother Thomas stood there for a long time, uncertain. Everything in him said he should not enter. This was the threshold, the point beyond which he could not return. If he stepped through that opening, he would join Brother Peter and the four brothers before him and become part of whatever this place was, whatever it was doing. But he also knew, with a certainty he could not explain, that not entering was not really an option anymore. The choice had been made long ago, perhaps when he first arrived at the monastery, perhaps even earlier, in whatever circumstances had led him to this remote place. The path had always been leading here. The routine had always been moving toward this moment. He thought about the garden and its excessive growth. He thought about the white flowers spreading in perfect patterns. He thought about the forest advancing slowly year after year, incorporating the monastery into itself. This was not invasion. It was invitation. The forest was not destroying. It was transforming. Brother Thomas took a deep breath. The air tasted green and alive, full of spores and moisture and the scent of growing things. He thought about Father Antonio's words, "Life continues. Mysterious things happen, and life continues." He stepped into the opening. Inside was not darkness, but a different kind of light, soft, diffuse, green-tinted. The space extended far beyond what should have been possible, opening into a vast chamber that seemed to exist outside normal geometry. The walls, if they could be called walls, were covered with the same fleshy plants he had seen outside, their leaves pulsing gently with bioluminescence. The white flowers grew everywhere, from floor to ceiling, creating constellations of pale light. And in the center of the chamber, there was something that Brother Thomas could only describe as a tree, though it was unlike any tree he had ever seen. Its trunk was thick and twisted, composed of many smaller trunks braided together. Its branches spread in all directions, up and down and sideways, defying gravity. And from those branches hung what looked like cocoons or seed pods, large structures wrapped in some kind of fibrous material. Brother Thomas moved closer to the tree. The humming was coming from it, he realized, vibrating through its trunk and branches, resonating through the entire chamber. As he approached, one of the cocoons began to split open, the fibers unraveling slowly. Inside was Brother Peter. He was alive but changed. His skin had taken on a greenish tint, and his eyes, when they opened, glowed faintly with the same light as the flowers. He looked at Brother Thomas, but did not seem to see him, or perhaps saw something else, something beyond the visible world. "Brother Peter," Brother Thomas said, reaching toward him. Brother Peter's mouth moved, but no words came out. Instead, the humming seemed to modulate, taking on patterns that felt almost like speech, almost like meaning. And Brother Thomas understood, not through words, but through sensation, through knowing. This place was old, older than the monastery, older than the forest itself. It had been here before humans came to this part of the world, and it would be here long after they left. It grew and changed and incorporated, not out of malice, but simply because that was its nature. It was a kind of consciousness, vast and slow and utterly alien, experiencing time in cycles that made human lifespans seem like single heartbeats. The brothers who came here did not die. They were not destroyed. They were transformed, incorporated into the larger pattern, their consciousness preserved but altered, made part of the whole. They tended the structure from within, helping it grow, helping it extend itself into the forest and beyond. They had become gardeners of something infinitely larger than the small vegetable garden at the monastery. And now it was Brother Thomas's turn. The invitation had been extended. The path had been followed to its end. All that remained was acceptance. Brother Thomas looked at Brother Peter's peaceful, glowing face. He looked around the chamber at the other cocoons, containing the other brothers who had vanished over the years. They were still there, still present, still in some sense alive. Just different. The routine would continue, he realized. Not the routine of prayers and garden work and teaching children, but a different routine, slower and vaster. The routine of growth and transformation, of cells dividing and roots spreading, of consciousness distributed through living wood and flowering plants. It was a routine measured in seasons and years and decades, not in days and hours. Time was passing, or time had already passed, or time was not passing at all, because time here worked differently, branching and folding like the structure itself. Brother Thomas could no longer tell. His thoughts were becoming slow, green, patient. The humming was inside him now, or he was inside the humming. The distinction no longer mattered. He felt vines beginning to wrap around his legs, gentle and inevitable. The white flowers were sprouting from the floor around his feet, their roots seeking his roots, their patterns merging with his patterns. The transformation was beginning, and it felt not like ending, but like beginning, like opening, like finally understanding something that had always been just beyond comprehension. The last thought he had, before his consciousness began to diffuse and spread and merge with the greater consciousness of the place, was about the monastery. Father Antonio and Brother Michael would return from the village. They would find him gone. They would search, perhaps, or perhaps they already knew. Perhaps they had always known. Perhaps their journey to the village had been a way of giving him space to follow the path to its natural conclusion. And after a time, one of them would follow as well. Father Antonio, most likely, who had been watching and waiting for 40 years. And then Brother Michael. And then new brothers would come to the monastery, attracted by some instinct they did not understand, drawn to this place at the edge of the forest where time moved strangely and gardens grew too well. The routine would continue. The cycle would continue. The forest would continue its patient, inexorable growth, incorporating and transforming, creating new patterns from old materials. And the monastery would stand at the boundary between the human world and the green world, a transition point, a threshold, a place where transformations happened slowly and quietly in the rain. Brother Thomas felt himself becoming wood and vine and flower. His heartbeat slowed until it matched the pulsing of the tree. His breath became the rustle of leaves in a breeze that came from nowhere and went to nowhere. His thoughts spread out like roots through dark soil, connecting and intertwining with other thoughts, other consciousnesses, until he could no longer tell where he ended and the others began. The humming continued, steady and eternal. The forest breathed in and out. The rain fell and stopped and fell again. And in the darkness of the chamber, in the heart of the structure, in the deepest part of the hollow, something ancient and patient and incomprehensibly vast continued its work, growing and changing and reaching slowly towards some goal that would not be achieved for centuries or millennia. A goal that perhaps did not need to be achieved at all, because the growing itself was the purpose. And Brother Thomas, who had once counted steps and tended a garden and taught children their letters, became part of that purpose. His individual awareness did not disappear, but distributed itself, becoming part of the larger awareness, the greater routine, the endless cycle of transformation that the forest represented. Time passed or did not pass. Seasons changed or remained the same. The monastery stood at the edge of the forest, waiting for the next brother to arrive, to maintain the routine, to eventually follow the path to its quiet, inevitable conclusion. And the night, as it always did, settled over everything. The rain continued its gentle drumming. The insects sang their ancient songs. The humming pulsed on, patient and eternal, marking time in a way that human minds could not quite grasp but could, in their final moments of transformation, almost begin to understand. The forest kept its secrets, and those secrets, slowly and quietly, kept growing, kept changing, kept reaching forward into a future that was always arriving but never quite arrived. The routine continued. It would always continue. That was the nature of routines, and the nature of the forest, and the nature of the slow, green consciousness that had made this place its home long before humans came and would remain long after they departed. And somewhere in the structure, in one of the cocoons hanging from the impossible tree, Brother Thomas rested, transformed and dreaming green dreams, part of something larger than himself, part of the ancient pattern that repeated itself in leaves and roots and the spaces between heartbeats. The path had led home after all, just not to the home he had expected, but to a home nonetheless, where the routine was eternal and the garden always grew and time moved like rain through leaves, slow and steady and endless. And the forest, patient and inexorable, continued its work, growing, transforming, waiting, always waiting.